evening, everybody. Ooh, okay, so this does feel more interactive than it does a lecture. I'm glad I'm getting some responses. Can we do it a little better? This is a fake Friday, right? Like we're all aware of this. So I imagine we're all excited for the long weekend. There's no enthusiasm. Are you not excited for Freedom Day? What's happening? Good evening, everyone. Okay, that's better. Welcome to the Govan Mbeki Institutional Public Lecture. I'm wishing a good evening to distinguished guests, colleagues, comrades, and students. My name is Mbeki, and all I am is an intern at Cameron, and also someone who keeps the time. So, if we want to leave in an orderly fashion and we want to have a decent conversation, I'm the right person to help that along, right? You, on the other hand, are responsible for helping us engage in this very big conversation. So, this is just going out to everybody. How many of us know what GNU is? Well, it has interactions. Okay. How many of you know what a GNU is? At a university. Scary thoughts. Do you know what a multiple party coalition is? Oh, that's recognized. Well, I'm glad. This evening, we will be able to tell the difference between a multi-party coalition, a GNU, and whether or not our current GNU is reflective of the GNU from 1994. So we're going all the way back in history. Some of you weren't born then. I can't relate. But some of you weren't born at that time. And so it is important then that we paint you a picture before we begin. And I say this because of the fact that we have heavy hitters on the program. I'm sure you're very aware of them. Have you seen the people that are going to be speaking before you today? Yes, I'm sure you've researched and you've seen their lengthy biographies. So that means there's going to be a lot of English. Yes, there's going to be a lot of that happening tonight. Now, at Nelson Mandela University, our intellectual public lectures are not simply calendar events. They are spaces of reflection, of contestation, and of meaning making. Each lecture carries the weight of the name it is associated with. And so the question we must always ask is, what does it mean to think, to speak, and to debate under that name? What does it mean to debate under the name Govan Mbeki? Now, we have our scientists and our mathematicians in the room. So there is influence in that regard. We also have politicians in the room along with us, aspiring young students of philosophy, economics, and the like. And the beauty of the name that holds this lecture is that it is multidimensional and focuses on all of these things. It brings us all together this evening. So, before that, I want to thank you all for honoring the invite, for coming through and gracing us with your presence. I'd like you to give yourselves a round of applause if you could, please. Now, we are currently experiencing a government of national unity. And the question we ask this evening is it an asset or a liability? Now, it is not incidental. It is deeply aligned with Govan Mbeki's legacy. Because at its core, the question is about power. Who holds it? How is it shared? How is it negotiated? And ultimately, does it serve the people it claims to represent? So we have a very, very heavy job ahead of us this evening. But we know that South Africa did not arrive at this moment suddenly. We arrived here with a long and complex history, one defined by colonial dispossession, apartheid, oppression, and a liberation struggle that demanded not only political rights, but dignity, equality, and justice. That struggle carried by many a movement, was never only fought on the battlefield or in the streets. It was fought in ideas, in debates about the kind of society we want South Africa to become. Ultimately, this evening, we have the lived reality of a GNU. What do we hope South Africa learns from this type of government? What are we hoping to gain from this type of leadership? And now then we can figure out whether or not it really is an asset or a liability. We're going to give you a history lesson, but that will not be up to me because of the fact that this program is going to be full of amazing people whose minds we want to mine. I figure the best way is to ask Prof. Azwindini Muronga to welcome us, but not before getting a welcome from our VC in a recorded message, Professor Sibongile Mutwa. Are we ready?
Good evening. This evening, I would like to greet all of you that are attending the Govan Mbeki Memorial Lecture at Nelson Mandela University. As it happens, I cannot be on campus this evening to welcome you, but the acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Azwindini Muronga, is going to welcome you all to the lecture this evening. My special greeting goes to Dr. Vincent Mapai, our keynote speaker, and Dr. Ongama Mtimka, who is our respondent for this evening. A special word of welcome and greeting goes to Mr. Mbeki, as well as the Mbeki family. The work of Mr. Govan Mbeki is very important to the trajectory of the work of our university. We are exceedingly proud that the family has given us an honor to memorialize the work of Mr. Mbeki in this manner. So my greetings go to all of you this evening. We thank you, and I hope all goes well, including the engagements that will follow after the lecture. Thank you very much.
Now, it's very important that you realize I'm about to list all of the accolades of the people in the room that I will be introducing. They are lengthy, but I have tried to keep it under 30 seconds, so bear with me, please. Okay? Now, a theoretical physicist and academic leader, Prof. Muronga was appointed Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, Innovation, and Internationalization at NMU in 2024. He previously served as NMU's Executive Dean of Science and founded the Soweto Science Theatre at the University of Johannesburg between 2010 and 2016. A distinguished physicist and academic leader, his work reflects a deep commitment to knowledge production, institutional transformation, and the role of universities in shaping society. Prof. Muronga's research focuses on matter under extreme conditions, nuclear physics, astrophysics, and he has over 50 publications and 1,300 citations. Exactly. Now, Professor, we invite you to deliver the welcome. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Katlego. Our program director, Ms. Katlego Mufokeng. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Vincent Mapai. Mr. Mbeki, and members of the Mbeki family. Dr. Ongama Mtimka, our respondent, members of University Council present and joining us online, representatives of various political formations and veterans, traditional leaders, community members, friends of Nelson Mandela University, our registrar, our executive deans of faculties, and members of university management, Mandela University staff, and students from other institutions of higher education in the Eastern Cape, across the country and across the continent, members of the Student Representative Council, student political formations and student societies. Molweni, good evening. My name is Azrindini Moronga, and currently the DBC Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation, and Internationalization here at Nelson Mandela University. And today, standing here representing our Vice Chancellor as the Acting Vice Chancellor of Nelson Mandela University. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this 2026 Govan Mbeki Public Lecture at Nelson Mandela University. A warm word of welcome to those of you who are joining us in person here and those who are joining us online, especially those who are joining us internationally. I would like to express my gratitude to the keynote speaker, Dr. Vincent Mapai. Thank you for honoring our invitation. So is Dr. Onga Mamtimka, and we are looking forward to their wisdom and for them to stimulate the discussions this evening. And thank you very much for the members of the representatives of the Mbeki family for making time to join us. It is really an honor for us to have you joining this public lecture in person. When our university changed its name from Nelson Mandela University, from Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University to Nelson Mandela University in 2017, it was more than a name change or a corporate branding. It was an opportunity to reorient our university to give scholarly representation to the meaning and legacy of our iconic namesake in society. With the name change also came obligation. Obligation to be the academic expression of Nelson Mandela's values and principles. It was a chance to rethink the purpose of a public university in society. Indeed, an opportunity to fundamentally rethink the meaning and purpose of higher education. This path that we chose collectively was to be an embedded university in the service of society, promoting a socially just and sustainable world in carrying out our core mandate of learning and teaching, research and innovation, as well as that of engagement. This means, amongst other things, facilitating an ongoing engagement with a wider range of internal and external stakeholders, stimulating intergenerational discussions focused on navigating topical, pressing societal issues like we're going to have today. The Govan Mbeki Public Lecture, which commemorates and explores the life and ideas and teachings of Govan Archibald Mbuyelwa Mbeki, affectionately known as Gov, to provide one such platform for us to collectively grapple with the complex societal challenges of our times. I am especially proud to our university for hosting the Govan Mbeki Public Lecture biennially. And we do not do this not only because Gov is a towering historical figure in our country's history in his own right, but it's also because it references and reinforces the point that Nelson Mandela himself made, that he did not work in isolation as a leader, but was part of a broader collective. Thus, Nelson Mandela University is happy to be associated with some of his closest comrades. This biennial lecture is part of a number of initiatives that commemorate the life and work of the broader collective of leaders who contributed to the attainment of our democracy. Much as we celebrated the attainment of our democracy in 1994 and our world-famous constitution, we cannot ignore the fact that South Africa still is considered the most unequal society in the world and continues to grapple with the high level of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Just to give the context, statistics released late last November show that South Africa's unemployment rate fell to 31.9% in the third quarter of 2025, down by 1.3 percentage points from the previous quarter. This decline, though, is encouraging. It shows that, according to Stats SA, that more nuanced understanding of this single figure is needed. The challenge of labor underutilization is not experienced equally in our society. With regards to our youth, the Stats SA report makes a grim reading, and I quote, "Among the youth aged 15 to 24 years, the situation is particularly severe. The official unemployment rate stood at 58.5%, while their labor underutilization rate reached 69.3%. What this shows us is that many young people are either discouraged or not actively seeking work or not available despite wanting to work. At a fundamental level, we are grappling with a realized reality of landlessness, joblessness, and indeed hopelessness in our society. The theme of 2026 inaugural Govan Mbeki public lecture, the GNU, Government of National Unity, an asset or liability for South Africa, is therefore very appropriate at this time in our country's history. Dr. Vincent Mapai, we are really looking forward to your address as we reflect on our challenges as a nation and consider the character, life, and leadership of Gov and revisit his ideas and teachings. We will do well to consider the kind of leadership we currently have and the leadership we require to transform our society for the better. We are therefore forced to be critical and honest in our reflections about the current state of affairs in our country, something Gov would have demanded of us, both as individuals and as part of a broader collective committed to bringing about change. After all, not only was Gov a quintessential intellectual activist skilled with writing, teaching, journalism, politics, and history, but he was also a servant leader who always acted with integrity, a value he did not compromise on. In many times during the struggle, Gov demonstrated selflessness when co-leading in the struggle for liberation. Throughout his life, his primary concern was the general well-being of the masses. As I conclude, Program Director, I will once again like to express my appreciation to Dr. Mapai for agreeing to be our keynote speaker this evening. I would also like to extend my appreciation to the staff of Conrad and Krishet for all the work in putting this Govan Mbeki public lecture. I say asante nisan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Prof. Before I call up the NMU choir, I think it's important to let everyone know we just closed out graduate season, right? We've seen people walk across the stage here at NMU, finally having attained the degree that they sought to come after right here at the school. But that did not come without a lot of trials and tribulations. And for South Campus students, I can imagine there must have been a night or a day where you were sitting right next to Nelson Mandela's statue in front of the library. And you're thinking to yourself, but Tata, were you going through this also? Because the academic struggle is so real. And at any and every event that we have here at NMU, I've noticed, they always speak about good governance, what it means to be a phenomenal leader, to lead with integrity, to give back the dignity of the people after having suffered for the longest time. And so when they say we really are about to change the world, that's what we seek to do when we come to this institution. We seek to change ourselves, sometimes heal different parts of ourselves, so that when we go out back into our various communities, we change them for the better. And I really, really, really hope that this evening we learn different things from one another, and then we go out and we change the world. Now, before we proceed further, we open this evening in a way that honors not only intellect, but spirit. The choral tradition in South Africa has long been intertwined with our history of struggle, healing, and unity. It has carried memory where words could not, and it has often given form to the emotions of a nation in transition. To center us in that tradition this evening, it is my pleasure to invite the NMU choir to render a musical item. A round of applause, please.
Yibambe simbichisa, yibambe
Abantwana bakatata. Oh, yes. Oh. So now do you feel like we're about to change the world? Right? I felt it too. All right, so we'd like to thank the choir for that powerful performance. And as we gather under the name Govan Mbeki, it is important that we also acknowledge the living legacy of his life and work, carried not only in institutions and ideas, but with his family. We are honored this evening to receive a message of support from the Mbeki family, who continue to safeguard and reflect the values that defined his contribution to South Africa's liberation and intellectual tradition. This message reminds us that the conversations we are having tonight are not abstract. They are rooted in lived histories, in sacrifice, and in an ongoing commitment to justice and transformation. Now, please help me in welcoming Mr. Moeletsi Mbeki.
Ms. Mufokeng, Bafokeng, it's great to be received by you here because my mother is a Mufokeng. So I'm glad she's part of this clan of the Bafokeng, which are represented by you here. My mother was one of the first African women to be members of the Communist Party. Now, I don't know if you are interested in following in her footsteps, but of course, now there is a very interesting development of the debate between the ANC and the Communist Party. My father was also a member of the Communist Party, but he joined the Communist Party after my mother. So one day I asked him whether my mother recruited him to the Communist Party. So he said, no, I did it all by myself. So it's really great to be here. And I want to start by Acting Vice Chancellor, thank you for being here. And our speakers today, thank you. My job is really to encourage the Nelson Mandela University to keep up the good work of honoring the leaders of the Eastern Cape and the leaders of South Africa. I noticed in the program there's Chief Edmund Sturman, who was one of the great leaders of the resistance in the Eastern Cape in the 19th century. One of the stories I want to tell about the Sturmans was he was one of the leaders of the Khoi people, and he was one of the leaders of the war against the British of 1852. But there was an alliance of the Khoi and the Xhosa people against the British in that long war from 1852 to 1854. But one day, one of my uncles, who was a praise poet, narrating the story of the Mbekis, said that in the war of 1852, the Mbekis were actually against the Xhosas, and they were on the side of the British. So if Chief Sturman is here, I hope we have now got peace between him and us. So we are not going to be following Julius Malema and fighting each other. No, it's a great honor to have you here, and I'm really wonderful to have you with us today. My father was one of the leading intellectuals of South Africa and of the Eastern Cape. And when he came out of prison, I was still in exile in Zimbabwe. And one of the first things that he wanted was to buy a laptop computer. He was so preoccupied with getting a computer. So I asked, why is he so preoccupied with getting this computer? First, he went to prison. He was arrested in 1963, and there were no laptops or personal computers when he was arrested. So being a journalist and a writer, that was very important to him to now use this new technology. But secondly, most important was that during his years as an activist, the special branch, which were the names of the political police those days, every now and then would come and raid his house and raid his office and take all his documents. But why my father was so interested in this personal computer was because he found out that it has a personal password. So he said with the personal password, whatever remained of the special branch couldn't get into his writings and take his documents. Well, I don't know if the special branch still exists today and if it's still collecting documents. I hope it is collecting the documents of the enemy, not of the people, like the special branch used to do. My job is to thank the university and not to talk about my family and not to give a talk. I can't wait for the two main speakers today to enlighten us about the state of our country. As you know, South Africa is not in a very happy state. Our economy is tanking and our unemployment is very high. So we have to work for solutions. And I'm very glad that the students are here with us today. I must say, when I was a student, I would have been in the pub in England rather than attending a lecture about an old man who is long dead. But thank you for coming, and I'm looking forward to the lecture. Thank you, Ms. Mufai.
Thank you so much. Now, since we're telling stories, I think it's very important that I tell you a story about today's respondent. In my first year, I took up South African politics, if I'm not mistaken. And usually when you're a student, you ask around from senior students and you go, what do I need to do for this class? Like, how do I prepare for it? And they said, go prepared. The most important thing you can do in that man's class is go prepared. And we walked in and the first thing he said to us was, good morning. At least he was polite, he said hello. And he said, good morning. And he said, just before I start, I hope you know, I'm not sharing my slides with you. And he said, you will find out why as time goes, but I'm not sharing these slides with you. And halfway through, you realize the slide has 3 lines, but the conversation itself is bubbling. And you're finding out about current affairs and laws and policies and reforms, and you're thinking to yourself, the slides wouldn't have helped anyway, because we truly needed to come prepared to a conversation such as this. So when I was asked to be a facilitator, I knew I had to read a lot in order to stand here confidently and talk to you about certain things. Bona, I know Codesa in and out. Do you understand? I know what a coalition government is, and I know what a GNU is. Assets and liabilities, I even did the accounting. You don't understand. We had to be super prepared for this conversation. So you can imagine the amount of tremoring that's happening now, because I'm about to read out the bio of a man so great We really are standing in the presence of a giant. And I hope we can embrace the knowledge that we get from that tonight. So, without much further ado, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Thabane Vincent Maphai. Now, Dr. Maphai is a distinguished South African scholar, public intellectual, and leader whose career spans academia, business, and public service over nearly 5 decades. He currently serves as a board chair of institutions, including Sibanye Stillwater and Discovery Life, and previously held senior leadership roles at South African Breweries and BHP Billiton South Africa. He has also contributed significantly to public policy, including serving on the National Planning Commission and chairing the Presidential Review Commission. Academically, he has held positions at institutions such as University of South Africa and has been a visiting professor internationally, with fellowships at leading universities, including Harvard University. Born in Pretoria and raised in Attridgeville following forced removals, his life reflects both the history and transformation of South Africa. Dr. Maphai brings to us a rare combination of intellectual depth and practical experience in governance and leadership. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vincent Maphai. Now, Mr. Mbeki, our keynote speaker is approaching us with his own very personal laptop. So we know serious things are going to be discussed here. And no one has hacked them.
Thanks very much, Lady Mofokeng. I noticed that you have connection with the Mbekis through your surname. I can't just let him take the credit all by himself. You have a connection with me too. My youngest son's name is Katlego. And thanks for that brief introduction. You know, 2 incidents are very appropriate now. When I was a junior lecturer, I was asked to make a presentation. And you know, the smaller you are, the longer your CV. That tends to be the case. And because you don't give a CV, you give a diary. And I put into that everything I've had, what breakfast I had and everything. And as a result, it took longer than the speech itself, you see. So I think people were quite annoyed. But the most serious one happens in 1948 when the royal family visited South Africa. They were visiting small dorpies and big cities. And in one city, or dorpy rather, the mayor welcomed them, and instead of was asked to introduce the king, but he gave the whole history of the king, which actually covered the history of the whole of England. So the protocol people were shuffling their feet, embarrassed. And when he went to the next town, the mayor was warned, listen, just be brief. Everybody knows who the king is. And the mayor kept loyally to that. When the king came, he said, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the king, about whom the least said the better. So, so on a more serious note, I'm really honored. I nearly said sorry. You know, this computer, I should have just left it with Mbeki. I'm really honored to be sharing with you tonight's presentation. And the way I will approach it is to avoid nuances. It's not a straightforward yes or no answer. But sometimes if you qualify every statement you make, people wonder what actually have you said. So what I'm going to do is just to give you kind of a whole storyline as brashly as I can. And if I need to make or tone down certain things, I will do that during the Q&A. So secondly, I will also focus on the National Government of Unity, NGU. I don't want to go into municipalities and provinces, then we need several days to go through that. Our government of national unity, ironically, it's anything about unity. It's about other things, but there's very little unity in it, and I will explain why. Both the logic of a government of national unity is precisely because it does not want unity. Because coalition governments typically occur where no single dominant party is in a position to do that. I say typically, I'm not saying exclusively. We will come to it later, but you noticed that you will notice that this is the second government of national unity we have. But if I could make preliminary statements right from the beginning, I believe in unity. I grew up in a divided society. There's no fun there. A house divided against itself will never stand. And we come from a history of divisions. And that's not something I think we should leave for the next generation, a divided country, because then it nullifies the whole meaning of the struggle. The struggle was precisely to bring us together as South African into one big family. So I think that's important. If I raise any misgivings about NGU, it's not because I'm against unity. I think unity is a primary value for me. The second point I want to make early, and I've already done so, a GNU is not exceptional or mysterious. Actually, there are over 18 countries in Europe that have NGUs. We also have our own. Here, we had our own under Mandela in de Klerk. So there's nothing new about it. We mustn't think what's wrong with us that we suddenly have a national government, a government of national unity. Of course, there are concerns that led to it, and we will share them. We have moved from a one single party dominant system when the ANC nearly got 70% of the votes, or just shoved up that. That was a single dominant party. I think right now we are in a two-party dominant systems, or even three, with MK and the DA coming quite closely to the ANC. So the ANC has moved down from almost 70% to 40%. That in itself requires serious examination of what happened, but this is not my brief. The other kind of brash statement I'm going to make is that a coalition government is here to stay for a while. Whether you like it or not, I don't mean you, I mean us. Whether we like it or not, we are moving into a state of coalition governments. What is debatable is going forward, starting from where we are now, which is going to be a dominant party. Is it still going to be the ANC? Is it going to be a DA? Is it going to be MK? Is there going to be a combination, all others? Is the ANC on an irreversible decline? I'm raising these questions because they impact whether we are going to have a government of national unity or not. Or is MK on the rise? Is the DA on the rise? I think I wanted to make those general questions early just to see begin to speculate where we are going. Just to elaborate a bit on the point I made earlier, many countries have had governments of national unity. They still have it. A Belgian friend of mine was here last year complaining that for 2 years they can't form a government. The parties are still bickering. And maybe when we come back, it's going to be, why is it that Belgium is surviving with that confusion and we might not survive if it continues this way? Namibia has had a GNU, Liberia, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Sweden, Greece, Israel, Hungary, I can go on and on. So we are dealing with a norm rather than an aberration or an exception. So, just a few comments because I want to focus on South Africa. Coalition governments, like all other governments, have certain benefits and certain costs, disadvantages. In general, the biggest benefit is that it ensures that a wider spectrum of the election participate. You know, when I said I believe very, very strongly in unity, is that the biggest enemy you can have are people inside your country who feel marginal or excluded. Those are dangerous, and you will see how in Africa, how particularly the West managed to cause a mayhem in Africa. It was largely by exploiting legitimate issues of people. You cannot incite happy people. It doesn't matter how powerful you are. All you need to do is to understand their legitimate grievances. Then you come with what you call a solution when it's actually making things worse. So I keep on repeating that unity is a moral and a political imperative. Not uniformity, but having a sense of a common identity as a country. And a coalition government begins to give that impression. I don't think it does. Small parties can be bigger than they actually are. They participate. And in some cases, they are dangerous because you need that one vote of a single party to carry out policy. It makes a difference whether you are going to have 49 or 51%. It promotes consensus. Consensus, it's nice rather than having disgruntled people. It promotes a culture of compromise, and usually that leads to stability. I'm just giving you an example, but I want to go beyond that and really come quickly to South Africa itself. Coalition governments also have disabilities. And the worst disadvantage is its inherent instability and fragility. You might have 5 parties that have 51%, and suddenly 2 are angry, they pull out, you are back to square one. you have a vacuum. So they are unstable. If you disagree with Amoloti, you can walk away. They can be slow and inefficient. I always say dictatorships are unfair, but they are efficient. They get things done. And democracies are very fair, but they can be frustrating. We know that. They can really stop you from getting things that... And they also dilute accountability and responsibility. You know, if you hear somebody saying the committee has decided, you must know there's trouble. It's as if the committee was a third person all by themselves there, whereas committee was I. But it's nice to say it was the committee that decided. And as I said, small parties can also exercise disproportionate power. Governments of national unity can also betray parties, electorates. A government comes to you on a policy, they sell that policy, you say, I like it. And when they come into the GNU, it's one of the things they have to compromise on. And then the very things you voted for are now betrayed by the very people who did that. I wanted to give that just as a general opening statement, but come back to what I'm being paid for. Which is this an asset or a liability? Let me start with another bold statement. For us, here and now, in one fundamental sense, the GNU was an asset. Why? Not because of what it has achieved. That's not what makes it an asset, but for what it has presented. This is based on my strong conviction that it is better to have a bad government than to have no government. And what the GNU achieved was it managed to close a political vacuum. And nature knows no vacuum. You know yourself from your own families when your parents die. One of the children takes leadership without a vote, without a constitution. One of the children emerges as the leader of the family, usually the elder one. But where you have a political vacuum, the people ready to close that vacuum are criminals or dubious characters. And if you don't believe me, listen to Madlanga Commission. The thing about Madlanga Commission, it's a serious indictment against the ANC. It is saying to the ANC, you created such a vacuum that criminals actually moved into that space and took over the running of the government. So just for that, no, I don't want to say just for that reason, but for that important principle, I can almost say it very early, that you need a strong, effective government, whether GNU or dominant majority party, but you cannot afford a weak government. You cannot. Because somebody will close that gap, and it's not the people that you are going to like. Secondly, it toned down the vitriol between the ANC and the DA. Hey, this party spent most of the time insulting each other. They still don't like each other, but there's a modicum of decency in how they talk about each other. And I think they swear at each other often in private rather than in public. That is good. Number 3, they reined the ANC in a bit. When President Zuma said the ANC will rule until the second coming of Christ, that wasn't the most helpful statement. Christ hasn't come back. But the ANC is not ruling now. What am I saying? When you are a single dominant party, unless you have got very, very strong feeling, strong principles, you easily become arrogant. And I think what the government of national unity did was to tone down that level of arrogance, that level of overconfidence. Maybe when Christ comes, things would have changed, but for now, it's bad news. So I think on those three counts, and there may be more, we can say the GNU has been an asset. And we have been lucky in one way, very, very lucky as a country. In many of the countries I mentioned, GNUs come after civil wars. They come through because people are fighting or because elections were cheating. It's really a war that brings them up. And we are lucky in this case of this one, it wasn't war. It was something I will come back to very soon. You mentioned accountants. You said you did accounting. Yeah, you'll help me. Am I right when I say assets have diminishing value? We call it depreciation. Yeah. So I'm just saying, just as the government of national unity was an asset, it can be an asset with diminishing value until it actually becomes a liability. It can be that. Let us go back to the first government of national unity we had in 1994. What was its purpose? It had actually noble ideas. The first purpose was that it was a confidence-building mechanism. The ANC didn't need it. But Mandela was sending a strong message to minorities in particular, to say we have all the power, but come and work with us and you'll see we are not animals, we are not anything. In other words, he used it to achieve two things. First, stability, because when you exclude people, you don't know what they are planning. You don't know what they are planning. So it was achieving, it achieved stability. And those who are too young compared to me may not know that in that period we are facing a civil war potentially. The country was on the brink of a civil war. And I know young people here have a way of calling Mandela a sellout, and others call de Klerk a ferrailleur. I think we are making a mistake. They made it possible for you and me to be still here today to be talking. They prevented civil war. And one way Mandela prevented it was saying to the constituency of the National Party, come in, let's work together. Number two, he used it to legitimize the new political order beyond his immediate constituency. He was saying to everybody, this is a new home, let us work together. So it was a very, very noble idea. If you ask me, was it an asset? I would say yes. If you ask me, did it diminish into a liability? I will say no. I think we never had civil war since 1994. And even though people are angry, we all go to vote. Nobody says, I'm not voting, this is an illegitimate thing. You know, the most interesting case, when the ANC was still on top of the game, was Mangosuthu Buthelezi. You remember he boycotted CODESA and the government for a long time. And then I don't know whether it was Senior Mbeki or Madiba, but one day they made him president for 5 days, acting president, you see. But before you become acting president, you have to take an oath of allegiance to the Constitution, which he has rejected until then. So he took that oath, and from then on, he never rejected the government or the Constitution. And all I'm saying is these are tools of legitimization. Sometimes the best way to calm people down, bring them in, don't shoot them, bring them in. And Madiba in particular was very good at that. And the ANC was good at bringing people, and somewhere it lost the plot, but that's not the talk today. Let us look at the government of national unity today. And that is why I said there's very little unity in that government of national unity. First of all, it's a truce. It's a temporary cessation of hostilities from two people who don't particularly like each other. It wasn't brought there because the DA and the ANC said, listen, let's love each other the way Christ has loved us. That's not what they did. The only reason they came together was they couldn't go on their own. And even if you listen to the language afterwards, I was listening to the new head of the DA. Didn't say anything offensive or anything, but it was quite telling. When he said, we will continue to be an effective opposition, but eventually we also want to control government. He didn't say we want a permanent marriage with the ANC. And what happens with such a coalition government, the one that is forced because of a collapse in the balance, because of a stalemate. When you have a stalemate, you buy time. This is what is happening in Iran and America. Forget it, there's no truce. It's going to come back, even with heavier bombardment very soon. I think each one needs more time to position itself. And I think this is what you have between the ANC and the DA and the smaller parties. I'm sure the ANC, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. The DA has made it explicit that they want to be a ruling party. Do you blame them? No. A political party is there to win power. You know, you never hear Rassi Erasmus saying our aim is to play a draw. No. He wants to win. But if a draw comes, he'll settle for it. But the aim is to win. And I'm emphasizing this very, very early. Political parties are by definition divisive. The ANC won't come to you and say, don't worry, vote for the DA. We are not very different from them. It will tell you how different it is from the DA. And the DA will do the same. And it is for the very same reason that Christian churches cannot unite in ecumenism. They can't. They emphasize their differences and, hey, man, I'm Catholic, we are good with Latin, we can confuse you. We can say, no, you believe in transubstantiation, I believe in consubstantiation, and we debate that for weeks, and I'm not sure which soul is saved by that kind of debate. So the key thing to remember is political parties are competitors. Pick and Pay won't say to you, don't worry, you can get this bread at Checkers. We get it from the same company. They'll say, no, our bread is better than the one at Checkers. So what you have between the ANC and the DA and smaller parties is just a temporary cessation of hostilities while they see what do we need to change. Now, I did say I don't want to say the same about the ANC, that it wants to come back. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I haven't seen anything. This tells me this is a party that is serious about addressing the fact that it moved down from 70% to 40%. Now, that's a serious crash. It's a very, very serious crash. But again, this is not my point. The point I'm making is coalition governments, it's a temporary respite. It gives you the opportunity to load your gun properly so that next time you don't miss your target. That's all it does. It is inherently unstable, not out of sorry, my notes disappear, yeah. Not out of dishonesty or anything, but out of the fact that, out of the fact that their job is to win, and you want all power, not part of it. And if you are going to share that power with somebody, it would be out of benevolence, not because you are forced. Sorry, I'm back. So I think that's the point I wanted to make, that the serious thing we face about the current GNU is that structurally and logically, it is inherently unstable. This is the logic of that. So, what are the key drivers going forward of government of national unity in our case? As I said, it was a benevolence of Mandela and de Klerk to say, let's create a breathing space. It was a stalemate that the ANC is facing and the DA. But there is another player we don't take serious. It is the funders of these parties. I don't know if you have noticed a proliferation of parties we have, rats and mice, serious players, everybody. I cannot give the name, it would be unethical. But I was in a meeting where a foreign funder of one of our parties made it blunt. He says, listen, we know the leader of this party and I can't tell you his name. We know he's a clown. We don't want him to win elections. All we want is for him to get votes, steal votes from the ANC. He was very explicit about it. And if you look at all these new parties, the new kids on the block, they are funded by the same people. And the aim is very, very clear. Chop down the ANC, that's all. That's your mandate. And I will come back to what it means for us going forward. You will notice from what I've said that I'm skeptical about the long stability of the GNU. But I also said I think GNU is going to be in town for a while. What is its future? One, I don't see the ANC suddenly jumping back to 51% in the near future. And why am I so pessimistic? In 1994, the predecessor of DA, I think it was called the Progressive Party, performed very badly. It was bad. What was the first thing they did? The leader of the party resigned immediately and was replaced by Tony Leon. The problem with the ANC today is that it is run exactly by the very people who brought it to 40%. It's run exactly by those people. What do you expect? That suddenly it will be 50? It might actually go down to 20. It can go down. So I think that's the first thing you can be sure. The chances of the ANC being 50 plus or the DA being 50 plus are not even worth considering. There will be a GNU in the next election. Who will lead it? It could be the ANC, it could be the DA, could it be MK? And you might get new configurations. For example, if Mashatile wins, he wouldn't be shy to talk to Malema and to MK to say, can we form a new government of national unity? I'm not saying he will, but I'm saying I don't see anything structurally preventing him from doing that. And then it could be the DA with other small parties that are funded with it by the same people putting pressure to say whatever happens, you keep those three out of here. So that scenario must be borne in mind. It's quite possible. What is undebatable is that there will be a government of national unity. Which means, going back to what I said earlier, the stalemate, electoral stalemate, will be with us for a long time. The question is going to be who comes in and who is overthrown again after a week and so on. So we are going into a period of relative instability. And the key result depends on the elections next time. The other thing that I find quite interesting, and Helen Zille has made this point over and over again. He said we will only have a deal with Cyril. In other words, now that Mr. Ramaphosa is going out, unless we extend the third term, I don't know how, but he's on his way out. What this is telling you is by now the DA is already positioning itself, or it can't be the ANC we are going out with. It has to be a different party. So I think you can expect a lot of shuffling under there. The other thing that you can be sure there will be a government of national unity. You know, the taste of gravy is nice. I'm looking at certain things the DA complained about before the GNU. The blue lights, the size of cabinet. Now cabinet is 3 times bigger than what it was before the government of national unity, and the DA is not complaining. All I'm saying is sometimes after a marriage, it's very difficult to walk away if you don't know whether you are walking into it. Okay, I forgot this. Yeah, so to summarize, what we are looking at is the possibility of realignment of ANC, MK, EFF, or the DA with other people. But the serious threat, apart from the logical instability I talked about, is if the debates within these parties become so vehement that you don't know who you are talking to because those parties are divided. You say, no, I'll talk to Mashatile today, and 2 weeks later you hear, no, Mbalula is now taken over. You begin to say, who do I talk with? I've talked longer than you allowed me, but I knew it's going to be difficult for you to remove me once I'm here. Let me now close my comments. I want somebody that when a speaker says in conclusion, they mean, boy, I'm going to start all over again. I once went house hunting with my wife. And if you are not in that position, I want to warn you, if you go house hunting with your wife, make sure that your marriage counselor is on standby. By the time we came back, we nearly throttled each other. We couldn't agree on anything until You know, I'm trained in conflict management, so I went back and applied those skills. And I discovered we were looking for different things. She was looking for a house, and I was looking for a location. And the problem was solved. We'll find your house in my location, and we were both happy. Why am I telling this story? I'm wondering, do we want a government of national unity? Or is that a cover for something else? And my suspicion is what we are looking for is effective oversight over government. And our parliament has been woefully disappointing in holding the ANC accountable, and in some cases, it even protected people from criminal things. We are now happy the DA is there to maybe look after the ANC to hold it accountable. I suspect so. And let me tell you why I say I suspect so. Let us look at the period between 1994 and 1990. It was run by one government. It wasn't a government of national unity. It was stabilized, significant growth in the economy, re-entry of South Africa into the global economy. GDP averaged 3 to 3.5, peaking at 5%. Inflation stabilized from double digits in the 90s to 3 to 6% in this period. Debt to GDP fell significantly from 45% in 1994 to 26% in 2008. Unemployment remained a problem. Why am I mentioning this? Sometimes we are looking for these things which the ANC lost since 2010. The economy went down on every dimension. Instability came. And I've been wondering, is that what we are looking for? If that's what we are looking for, it doesn't have to be a government of national unity. It just needs to be an effective government which knows what it is doing and which is accountable. I said to you earlier that I've noticed over 20 countries in Europe that are government of national unity. Why are they not collapsing? It's something in South Africa we don't take serious. They are saved by a professional and ethical public service. In every country, governments come and go, and the people who remain are public servants. And we are not paying enough time in asking ourselves what kind of public service do we have? Because it's not a job of a minister to repair taps. That's the job of the public service. And they get performance bonuses, all of them. What am I saying? I'm saying a government of national unity. It's necessary, was necessary in our case, but it's not sufficient to deal with our chances. And if unity is what we are looking for, it won't come through political parties. And maybe it's a challenge for you and me to say, as civil society, as ordinary people who suffer when there's no water, how can we work together to actually make the country work? And if we want unity, one South Africa is going to be created by you and me and divided by political parties. Thank you.
Wasn't that amazing? Right? You're about to get into a second part of things. It's about to get very hectic very quickly. So, but in any case, before that, I can appreciate the fact that I came to the Eastern Cape one person and I didn't even need Kumbule Kaya. I have family now. But I don't know if you're going to be comfortable being related to me when you know where I'm from. I am from Ekurhuleni. And unfortunately, my peers sometimes call me Cat. So we have a lot of problems, but I'm okay with getting relatives nonetheless. It is my honor now to welcome Dr. Onga Mamtimka as our respondent this evening. Dr. Mtimka is the acting director of the Raymond Mhlaba Center for Governance and Leadership and a senior lecturer in the Department of History and Political Studies at Nelson Mandela University. He's a respected political analyst, researcher, and practitioner academic whose work focuses on political economy, political risk, and governance. He holds a PhD in political studies from Nelson Mandela University, along with a background in politics and journalism from Rhodes University. Beyond academia, he is a sought-after commentator across local and international media platforms, where he unpacks complex political and economic dynamics. He also contributes to policy and development work through various boards and organizations and brings extensive experience from both academic and industry spaces. We are privileged to have him with us in this capacity today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mtimka.
Good evening, colleagues, leadership of the university, Tata Mbeki, and Prof. I am greatly honored, and obviously yourselves, thank you for gracing us with your presence this evening. I am really greatly honored to have the opportunity to speak this evening in a program of this nature. It's a really important work that the university is doing in honoring the memory of these struggles, stalwarts who really contributed in making sure that our country transitions to become a democracy, giving their lives, sacrificing family, sacrificing career and business advancement in order to commit to a greater cause, of delivering a country. They could have chosen to continue with their business ventures, their professions as journalists and graduates. I'm proudest about Gov as a graduate of my discipline, political science and psychology, if I can believe the online sources anyway. It's really a great honor that we take time to pay homage to people who've poured out their lives to us. And thanks to Conrad for organizing this one. As you saw, I am from the Raymond Mhlaba Center. Ray, Gov, and the Vuisi Lemini were the trio that got in trouble for defying the laws about movements back in the days, and were arrested in a prison you don't want to know, whose name you don't want to know. It was called Kwa Royal, here in Gqeberha. I think just a few things from my side in this short time. I see 2 minutes is already gone from my time. I'm honored, Prof, to speak with you. What you don't know and what the audience doesn't know is that exactly 20 1 year ago, or 20 years, 20 years ago, 21 years ago, he was serving his second term in an organization I'm currently serving my second term in, the South African Political Science Association. He was the president of SAPS, first black president. I'm the current president of the South African Political Science Association. I see that he served one term along with many others who did. So maybe after this, I'm going to get tips on how to serve a second term. Also, Prof, we grew up citing your work. I went to university in the early 2000s. So we would cite your work around the place of affirmative action and prospects for democratization in South Africa. When I was a student, I didn't think that the name Vincent Mapai was somebody who's alive, whom one day I will get to meet. So I'm really honored. Obviously, Mr. Mbeki, we really honored your work on architects of poverty, why African capitalism needs changing. Was really great work. And I got exposed to it while I was working for the Kucha Development Corporation. And the point was that you were talking about industrialization and how limited it was in the rest of Africa, comparing Ghana with, I think, Malaysia, if Indonesia, and how, also with South Korea, and how those countries rapidly industrialized and created jobs and therefore were at a different place many years after their independence compared to their African counterparts. And at Kucha, this is the work we were trying to do, to push for an industrial state, a state that is interventionist when it comes to ensuring that we transform South Africa. I was doing my master's at the time working on a project, on the Kucha project, Creative Politicking in Post-Apartheid South Africa. And what one had observed, reading works in South America and Asia, was that truly countries that thrived from a state of underdevelopment previously are countries that either did import substituting industrialization or export-oriented industrialization, but they industrialized. So that was a key thing. A few words I'd like to say about the topic at hand. One, I agree with Prof in critiquing the extent to which the GNU is committing to the unity part. And in answering the question of whether it's an asset or a liability, I want to say it is a potential asset. There's latent potential there. Whether or not it's realized during its political era is a question not of circumstances, but of the content of leadership that's acting within that framework of the GNU. The leaders who are there, they have to do something about it. So far, we have seen some positive changes in terms of macroeconomic data, but we see that the growth is still limited. It's not to the extent that South Africa needs in order to be truly job creating and changing poverty and inequality. So in that sense, it's potential that is latent, that is not realized. The second issue I want to talk about that you've mentioned, Prof. Mapai, is that, by the way, do professorships get taken afterwards? I hear Dr. Mapai, the potential for grievance exploitation. You are quite right in the reference to the point that when there is a vacuum in a country, or there are the government or the system is perceived not to be responsive to the issues of people, it's not resulting in transformation in people's lives, then you have what you referred to as the most serious risk, the internal risks. We agree, whether it's in conflict or development studies or political science, that the existence of a permissive environment for grievances or a permissive environment for conflict to arise does not in itself trigger conflict. Conflict arises when elites internally within the country are pursuant to their own objectives, exploit the grievances, and then take the vulnerability that is there, that is the grievances that are there, and exploit them, and then civil war breaks out. So it's a serious matter to have an economy that is not inclusive, that's got an over 10 million strong, neither in employment, education, or training, youth, because it creates the basis for mobilization that may actually be destructive to the life of the Republic and the stability of the Republic. Having said that, in agreeing with the points that you raised, Prof, I want to talk about just three more things. One of them is what I call the power constellations that are holding South Africa back. One of them is what we are working on with colleagues within SAPS. We're trying to establish a research committee on this. Urban bandits, politics and markets. These urban bandits they arise from what Karl Marx called the surplus population. The people who cannot find employment, they have, in primitive capitalism, land gets expropriated so that you have scarcity of land. So people and economic production is not democratic because people don't have land. And in South Africa, Black people couldn't own land that is titled and valuable up until, I think, urban property in the 80s. And then later on, during democracy, there was land redistribution. Why is that a problem? That's a problem because in the majority population, you don't have much by way of unencumbered assets. So people have got assets that are bonded mostly because they only started to have loans in the 80s for properties that are meaningful. Should you want to leverage that asset for development? Now, so you've got that, then you've got people who can't make up because very few of them are employed. What does that result? I don't know if Prof. Mkize is here. Her and I talk about this in a podcast interview. So if you want to follow the ideas further, you can find them there. Wow, the time has flown. What you find is that I think it's Gaetamo who says, in any society, you will find men who get sufficiently provoked to resort to violence in order to resolve their exclusion. This is logic. What Europe did with its surplus populations was to send it to colonies so that you don't have the instability of too many people that are jobless. So they went and the Australians, so you expanded, and in doing so, and in fact, some of them were actual criminals. I mean, if Australia was a penal colony, all the criminals sent them to the colonies to go and establish there. Now, the challenge is that we have some outward migration, which the West is having a meltdown about today. But the issue is that the people in the urban centers throughout the continent who are not employed form part of the bandits who are rightly provoked because they are excluded from participating meaningfully in the economy. And as a result of that, they take up guns and grenades and explosives, and they catch vehicles while they're... So there's a power constellation around this group, and Marx called them the dangerous classes. this group that actually is excluded, sometimes actually not educated, and therefore is finding alternative means to, and they assert themselves, and they become a problem for everybody. So in my PhD thesis, I looked at the construction mafia. In fact, I struggle to use that name, construction mafia, because in Gqeberha, the people who started these forums were not, in fact, construction mafia. They were people who were saying, I think it was President Mbeki who had declared Mdantsane and Motherwell as urban renewal centers. Now, as a result of that, concentrated investment went into Motherwell and Mdantsane. Guess where in the country do the so-called construction mafia originate? It's in Motherwell, long before Dela Ngokubona, KZN. And their cry initially was, we want a fair share of the construction projects that are taking place in our communities. And it was people who were saying, we've been kept out of business. And if you read the work of Professor Roger Southall, you will see how he traces the exclusion of Black people from owning businesses, whether it was in the proper South Africa proper, or in fact, even in the Emaphandleni, Emakhaya, the homelands. That it was just difficult to build businesses at the time because there were systematic ways of excluding and preventing the development of a Black capitalist class. In fact, what threatens Verwoerd when he begins to focus on clamping down this thing, what he calls Black Englishmen, is the threat that these early entrepreneurs that had arisen as a result of being in the Cape Colony, that were thriving in the Cape as well as in some parts of the Eastern Cape, were a threat because there was something developing which was a cultural affinity between the educated Black elite and their English counterparts, something which Verwoerd actually frowns on and wishes to completely destroy because it's of the view that the missionaries were actually creating a breed of people who were aspiring to white life and wanting the things which were preserved for white people. So part of Verwoerd's intensification of apartheid is this idea that this class of Black Englishmen and women must actually not exist. Anyway, so I was talking about the power constellation. Do I have another 2 minutes maybe? Okay, 2 minutes. The managerial elite and their union counterparts. I was so disappointed to hear that in the state-owned enterprises, there has developed a complex web of relationships between union bosses and some management that is shaping procurement decisions. And in fact, as soon as somebody comes from the outside in who wants to change an organization, they come, they find that, wow, there are contracts that are in bad faith here. It's a state-owned contract. The contract is badly negotiated, but even the bad negotiation, the state is not getting that little that remains there. And I've got 2 state-owned enterprises I don't want to mention because of close observation. And the system itself, rejects that, and you find that the power of politicians, union bosses, and some managers is at play in creating this thing where the state has got bad deals to continue so that private players who are connected to these groups and politicians may thrive. And some of the politicians implicated in this are politicians that are our darlings, that are swindling the state-owned businesses for friends in ways that keep capital, not flowing and therefore maximizing on the potential of state-owned enterprises to live. Now, I see the process of concessioning, right? Rail, ports, and other things, and it's good. But if we know anything about Russia and the process from in the 90s during the time of Boris Yeltsin, what we saw there was the process of privatization was, influenced by these groups that are violent, grabbing state-owned enterprise business and then using it for nefarious gains rather than advancing the interests of the country. Lastly, so what? I think we must, the bigger issue for me, and I want to align with what Prof was saying, we are not going to have another political messiah to save us. We are not going to have it. It's not going to be the DA. It's not going to be the ANC. It's not going to be the EFF, nor is it going to be MK Party. What it will be is us taking collective responsibility for our destiny and leveraging our socio-political capital, socio-political and economic capital in order to grow. For example, we as South Africans look down on ourselves, really. How long have we hosted an automotive sector? And you tell me that there's no brand that is locally owned and grown. Now, when European investors in our automotive sector are facing Chinese competition, guess when they are thinking about closing some factories, where do they start? They start with the outposts. And we are vulnerable. That time, you and I know that we've not only built the managerial capability, we've also built the ability to move goods and services. Take the auto sector. We've built engineering capability. This city has had, at some point, over 150 component manufacturers that were supplying the sector. But we continue to be vulnerable to the 7-year contracts that come with OEMs from outside the country, where decisions are made in Germany and in Tokyo and elsewhere. What kind of a people are we? We've got the capabilities, we've built them. We've got a defense sector that has been globally exporting. Lastly, coming to ourselves. Hey, I've said lastly for the second time now. Coming to ourselves. As a sector, we are in, we form part of the innovation ecosystem of the country. Ourselves, defense, and other industries. How much innovation is taking place in the sector? My view is if we commercialized about 30% of what comes out of our national innovation ecosystem, we would be far as a country. But we don't have belief in ourselves. That time, the global north poaches accountants from here, poaches bankers from here, poaches managers of factories from here. Some of our managers have gone on to manage factories in Brazil and elsewhere. So we've got the capability, we've got the finance sector to do it, but we are not thinking in ways that advance our national interests. And that's not even a political statement. I'm saying it is economics if Trump decides we're going to increase tariffs and your Mercedes-Benz in East London is under threat. That's economics. So to do nationally focused investment and foresight in terms of planning and put our leadership to what is required to leverage both domestic demand as well as continental demand, it takes us. We are not going to have the next political messiah. Thank you.
Ooh. This is a very delicious conversation to be a part of, but I'm going to take an assessment first. Do we have questions, opinions, things that we want to say? Let me see the hands, so I know how many question and answer sessions we are going to require. So can we get all the hands raised right now so I can see how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. We have 5 hands. 6. Are we going to get a 7? We have 7. Now we have 8. Now we have 9. Okay. Let's do this. Everybody who might have a question or opinion, please raise your hand. Okay. We are going to divide this into 2 sets with 5 questions per person. but because I am the owner of this house, I get to ask questions first. Mine is just a general understanding. It feels like we're living through reality TV, so to speak, the real politicians of the GNU, right? And the problem is that it plays on a public scale, on a grand scale. And I'm going to show you this with an example. Before our general elections in 2024, a few acts were introduced, right? Pieces of legislation. The National Health Insurance Act. There's the Bella Act. Does anyone also remember anything else? There are issues regarding citizenship, immigration, and the like. I told you I did my research. Now, when we're considering the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act, it reopened debate around language policy, school governance, and transformation within education. But this played out on a public scale. So what happened was, at first we didn't realize that these political parties would get into what we were going to call a marriage of convenience. And so they went to each and every one of their constituents and said, this is what we want for you. This is what we're going to do for you when we get into government. Each party did this. And then the will of the people was presented, and we realized that the people are saying they no longer want a one-party dominant party system. And so they had to come together. The ANC called out and said, look, if you're interested in getting into this with us, definitely do it. And the people who would have made up what the DA terms a doomsday coalition had their own terms and conditions at the very beginning. The EFF said, there are certain people that we don't want to sit at the table with, non-negotiable. And the ANC said, we can't do that for you. And the EFF said, well, we're not coming to the table. The MK said, we want you to remove that guy at the top first before we even start speaking. And they said, non-negotiable, left. Other people sat at the table and said, how can we figure out how best to work this? But then political leaders ended up occupying these positions of power. And what you were speaking about is a meritocracy. And in a meritocracy, basically, the people who occupy these public offices are people who are qualified to. So the sciences go to the scientists, education goes to the teachers, politics goes to the politicians, and the social sciences. However, that wasn't the case for South Africa. Our ministers are people with backgrounds that are very colorful because we are a rainbow nation. These backgrounds do not adequately prepare them for the rigors of public office, what it means to take up office. Now, we look at these things and we see failures in their portfolios. And then the question is this a failure on the government's part, the individual, or the political party? Now we're thinking about it and we're asking, this is a government of national unity. So by right, if we're complaining about government, it's whoever is in power. So let's say if we're looking at our Minister of Arts and Culture, and we're seeing the fact that certain things in the portfolio are not being achieved. And this is, yes, because of sometimes capability and personal ideologies. What does this mean for the people who are most impacted in these portfolios? What then happens to the representatives that were rightfully supposed to occupy these offices but now cannot? What happens to the citizens who rely on these portfolios as a way of life and sometimes as a respite from the lives that they're living? That is my question. No pressure. So, 5 hands, first set of questions. We've got 1. I have a hand. I had another one. 3rd one. Fourth one. Last hand, fifth. Oh, okay. Do we have our roaming mics? Yes, we are going to start with the brother in the blue cap from Triple SV.
Oh, sanibonani. Igama lami mina nguSiseko kaMthembu. Since siqhamisa ubuhlobo, or since we are highlighting relations, I'd also like to say I'm related nabantu bakaMbeki through I'm related through the love of economics. Govan Mbeki was an economist, Thabo Mbeki is an economist, and also I'm an economics student here at Nelson Mandela. So I would also like to, before I ask my question, there's something scary that I want to point out. Today, in the afternoon, I was watching a podcast, an ENCA podcast, and I forgot the name of the host, but it's a woman. My favorite economist there, Tuma Kobule, he said something actually very concerning. He said, StatSA released their statistics, and unemployment, women unemployment is 51%. So it's actually ridiculous and scary. So my question is related to that. Look at the front bench of this GNU. Where are the women in the most powerful economic posts? My question is not just about representation, it's about substance. Is there any evidence that the GNU's policy agenda addresses the specific economic vulnerabilities of women, care work, gender-based violence funding, land access for women, or has the GNU's focus on stability pushed gender justice off the table entirely? Thank you.
Ooh. All right, the second hand goes to the chief.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My question is an interesting topic, an asset or liability. My question is, was the GNU perhaps created to protect the real asset? And when I say the real asset, I'm talking about the land. Because the elephant in the room is not being discussed. And my question is, if we as Black people, like Black South Africans, do we have the right to the land, yes or no?
Thank you very much. I'm not going to say I'm related to the Mbeki because my name is Mbeki. Yeah, on a serious note, I'm a Zulu. In isiZulu, we say, kunohulumeni wokubambisana. Bese sithi kunohulumeni wobumbano. There is a difference. Uhulumeni wokubambisana is a coalition government. Uhulumeni wobumbano is a government of national unity. Now, given that context, between the two, do we really have a government of national unity currently, or do we have a multi-party coalition government? Because what we have now is totally different from what we had in 1994, which was premeditated and captured in the interim constitution of 1993. Thanks.
Our last hand is coming from the same row you just came back from. No, wrong direction. The row you just came back from. There we go. Yes. No.
Can you hear? Oh, there we go. Perfect. What I have is not really a question regarding the now, it's more a theoretical question. Given the nature of South Africans, we tend to have our differences, but when times get tough, we have the ability to all come together. Given the so-called war going on in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment, and both the arrogance of the one side and the defiance of the other, going back to what Dr. Mpai said about there being a vacuum, if this carries on as it is, I feel like there will be a very big vacuum in terms of the world's economy. And I feel like the African continent as a whole has always been looked at with potential. So-called potential was recognized years ago by certain Muammar Gaddafi and his attempt to unify the entirety of Africa under the Bank of Africa. I feel like if a vacuum like that had to open up in the world's economy, do you think that finally the GNU could put aside their differences and come together for the benefit of us not being looked at as potential anymore and finally take our place amongst the world as where we should be? Thanks.
Ooh. And our final question, right there. Okay, we'll do it like this. You can go to the lady in the white. The gentleman will ask his question
It's a
too.
pity we had 2 rounds. Remember, there was the first one.
Yes, there's
then
going
the
to be
second
2 rounds
one.
of questions.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Lizo Kagwe. I'm a retired social worker. Thank you very much, Prof, for your analysis of what a government of national unity is. Thank you very much. You made me really understand it. I'm not a political person. I'm a very active socially. I'm a social activist. As you have said, I'm a social worker. I don't have a question. I've got just an encouragement to these young people that are here. You said to them, there is no political solution that is going to remedy our situation in South Africa. In actual fact, in the whole world, what is happening in America is not going to be solved by a politician. European countries and America are fortunate because their population are much more participating, are active in the building of their economies. Unfortunately, in South Africa, 50 to 60% of able people are not actively participating in the building of this country. When I started working as a social worker, I worked for an NGO. People who remember South Africa during the struggle, the only solution to our challenges was through the non-profit organization. People themselves in their communities stood up. Kwakuko Zenzele, our mothers, our father, our mothers, especially our mothers, they taught each other how to sow, how to plow. Everything was done locally. In actual fact, you can go to any community. They've got all the resources they need to survive in that community. You don't need to go to Gamaka, you don't need to go to Cape Town to survive. You can survive where you are using your local resources. Please, young people, this country is never going to be built by good English. This country is going to be built by people who want to make their hands dirty. You must be able to build a wheelbarrow. It's not difficult to build a wheelbarrow. It's not difficult to toilet when this dinner. I remember when I was growing up in Paddy, we made our own bricks and we bent them, our own bricks. We make our own, I don't know how you call those. And then after that, we built our own houses. It's up to you, young people. Build this country, live politics. Thank you.
All right, so we have gotten a comment, so the question is open.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening to everyone present. I am Chelsea Athena Ahrens, and to waste no time and dive into what I believe is the theme of today's question, whether the government of national unity is an asset or liability for South Africa. And for me, I believe that it is a liability. And reasons why I say this is because as much as the GNU is intended to promote unity, it has shown signs of being a liability for South Africa. And a few of those examples are as follows. There are lack of decisive action, policy gridlock, erosion of accountability, increased political instability, divided priorities, and weakened oversight. So my questions over to you is that, can the coalition government ever come to terms on how to effectively manage public expectations in South Africa's socio-economic context?
Thank you. All right. That is us closing the first round. There's going to be another round of questions, I promise. Are we ready to respond? Mike's. Mike. Okay.
Thank you very much. You will recall I made it quite clear at the beginning of my presentation that I will just make one storyline and then nuance it as we go along. Some of the questions I didn't hear clearly and don't think I'm avoiding them, but I want to make a general statement that covers some of the issues. I don't think the GNU came together and say, this is the program we want to achieve. I would have been happy if the GNU said, listen, there are many issues, but for us in the next 10 years, in the next 4 years, sorry, is it now? Sorry. If you look at the list of things the GNU said it was going to do, it's depressing. It's what you call a laundry list. I always say if you have more than 5 priorities, you have no priorities. It's a long list of everything that we could possibly do under the sun. In other words, it's useless. The second point I want to re-emphasize, the GNU was a defensive, not offensive mechanism. It was a question of how do we make sure things don't collapse. It then became a deal amongst elites. And all they were worried about is who gets which portfolio. And tell me, having over 70 executive members, how does it improve your poverty? All I'm saying is I may be ignorant. I'm asking you to educate me. Show me anywhere where you say the GNU is addressing very urgent issues, very specific issues. I haven't seen them, but it's maybe because I'm illiterate. I ask anybody who can help me, educate me. And maybe that goes to the thrust of my presentation. The GNU prevented the worst thing from happening. But if you pin your hopes on it, there's no future for you. That's frankly what I believe. It is working, they are competing amongst each other. And I like what the last speaker was emphasizing about ordinary people beginning to take responsibility. And I will wrap down a bit. Let's take the most recent example of what is the biggest problem in this country. 1961 Sharpeville, people were killed. But Sharpeville was just that. It happens in Sharpeville by a few activists and community members. and the government crushed it. 15 years later comes 1976. Who was involved? What separates it? It was national, not local. Who was involved? School children. 1984, that's 8 years later. What is the response? Unions, community organizations, parents, teachers. The best way to mobilize society, to mobilize parents, is to kill their children. And what 1976 did was to mobilize even adults. But have you noticed, Sharpeville to 1976, 15 years. 1976 to 1984, 8 years. 1984, 86. 1986 to 1994 years. What point am I making? You see shrinking intervals that correspond with the responsibility take themselves. Parents were saying this is enough. Community were saying this is enough. And have you noticed something? From 1994 till today, civil society has been on long leave. We are missing in action. And that was the point I was making earlier, that until people become bosses, not servants of politicians, it's you and me who should have defined the terms of reference of the government of unity. We didn't do that. Where were we? And until that happens, we are wasting time. I don't want to go on for too long. I'm just simply saying the government of national unity, its elites looking after themselves. It has achieved certain things. It has stopped us from handing the country to criminals and so on. But we need more than that. And until you and I get into the field, it's not going to happen. We'll continue to blame politicians and vote them back. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. I guess let me start with the questions that have not, the ones that I think have not been answered from the back. The one on, thank you for citing, Kaya, the role of nonprofits back in the 80s. And the point that you make about how those were sometimes the sole institutions providing support in communities. You see, any government or any system that doesn't leverage the potential of its people is a dehumanizing system. For you to not have a platform to express, to create, to nurture, to grow, you are actually stifled and being dehumanized. And I think that the whole thing about service delivery, at times it's outsourcing the responsibilities that we have collectively to the state, when in fact there are many avenues for us to take a role. And by the way, to take your example about the mud bricks that people were making, what then happens is that as this gets done and is enabled, new technologies are brought in, but the residue of skills that were there from previous activities gets nurtured and transfers into something else, and before you know it, people are running businesses that supply bricks and schools that are being built. Instead of importing in every area bricks from outside, you've got some capabilities for manufacturing that can be tapped into. I think the point you are raising, Katlego, I must say as a former lecturer, I am proud. Thank you for the work that you are doing. You raise two important points for me. One, I was among the people who were among the first to say a GNU will save us as a country. And what I had in mind was a conglomeration of everybody around the table, understanding that the pressures, the friction that gets generated in the coalition would make us to have an outcome that's greater than the individual positions of the parties. Guess what? You were making the point that what nature of a GNU we had was an outcome of zero-sum attitudes towards the process. And I must thank Prof for reminding us that actually in other countries it takes long. We had to do this within 14 days. And I think that we must cut some slack for ourselves. We actually did well, our politicians did well, to constitute a government in 14 days when, elsewhere people take time. And then you're raising a bigger issue. This is a debate in political science since the times of Plato and others. This thing of what is preparedness for political office, for public office? If I were to start it, it would be a long discussion. But I think that we have to ask ourselves that question. And it may not be prescribing. I hear, for example, there's a discussion now about prescribing matric. We've had people that are really good, that have done things. I mean, if you grow up in a rural area, people who were industrious, people who actually would close potholes before we came to the urban areas and knew this is the role of the state. Would close, and these people were not, my grandfather, he had only standard 2, but he was the communal ambulance, he was the village store and all of those things. So to say that such people shouldn't be in office because they don't have a certificate is not good. Then it was interesting when the people were raising this debate, centering it on the DA proper, politics, because it had been arguments that had come from there. Lastly, and that's the only lastly I'm going to say, the question, sorry, you didn't say your name, the gentleman with glasses. We are not ready. The Ukraine war showed that the resilience of our economic systems is non-existent. And by the way, it's grain. We can grow grain in the continent. So when we had prices of grain skyrocketing during the invasion of Ukraine, and now we've got, I don't know how much reserves of resources we have, both onshore and offshore. But because we're in democracies, we're still spending time discussing whether to go and look offshore, for example, for oil and gas. And so we're not there. So let's have the debates and make resolutions whether we want to get oil and gas. And then the last one is that's the second time I've said it. So I won't go any further.
Okay, so we're opening up for a second round of questions. Oh, look at the hands going up faster this time. Okay, we have 2 over there. Time. We can only do 3 questions. Power to the people, and the people shall govern. So, I need you to form a coalition of some sort to decide which 3 of you are going to speak. Number 1, number 2, number 3.
Am I number 1?
Yes.
Okay, this one is directed to Dr. Mapai. Dr. Mapai, can you see me? I'm here.
Okay, hold on.
I'm here. Okay, my name is Lutando Nomzaza. I'm from the Govan Mathematics Development Unit. Let me see. You said something about the GNU of 1994. You said it achieved stability because the country was on the brink of a civil war. You say this was a success because we still do not have a civil war today. But my question is, surely the measure of whether that GNU diminished in value, as you put it, cannot only be the non-existence of a civil war up to this year. What about the status quo that remained unchanged? For example, the issue upon which the EFF was formed, which is the economic freedom. What about the land question? What about the failures of BEE and affirmative action? Was that what the GNU of the 1994 United about? What did it achieve exactly? So for Dr. Mtimka, I have this question. You say there is a potential unity. It sounds very pessimistic. You don't commit, you don't say there is unity. Of course, this is also a problem for us because none of you have defined what you mean exactly by unity in this context. Please expand on what you mean by unity. And Dr. Mtimka, please explain why you adopt this non-committal or pessimistic stance on what we mean by GNU, especially the current version of GNU. The last question, I mentioned that I'm coming from Govan Mathematics Development Center. We noticed together with Prof here seated with me that none of you said anything about education.
Education.
About education. What about education? What did these two GNUs achieve? In all your different theses about this topic today, what do you say about the stagnation in mathematics and science education? Despite a lot of investment being made, we are not making serious progress. A functional economy does not exist without proper mathematics and science education. Before the GNU, the DA always disagreed with the maths and science results. They would say they don't accept them. But after the GNU, they are comfortable with the results now. Just to close on these questions, again, I'm representing the Mathematics Development Center, or GMMDC, Govan Mathematics Development Center. I think I just want to close by quoting what he said about math education. He said, the youth of South Africa must study mathematics and science for us to become a winning nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick announcement. If we have any of our high schoolers in the crowd, unfortunately, we have gone over time right now and their transportation has arrived. So can you please make space for them to leave the venue so that they can make it on time for their transport? In the meantime, you can give them a round of applause for joining us this evening. All right, so we are being time conscious right now. You can see it's past the bedtimes of certain people. So I would suggest that we do hurry up in the way we phrase our questions. We have 2 more questions left, right?
Yes.
Please make use of your time.
Let me quickly shorten my question. I was willing to ask you both each single question, but then because of time, so I'll combine the question because I think what I was going to ask relates because Dr. Mtimka also mentioned the thing of surplus populations, and also Dr. Mapai also mentioned the question he was asking was we as the public we should be asking ourselves what kind of government we want or public service that we need. Well, for me, I would have to say the answer for that question is not far from us because it only starts with us as the public. I won't even mention the issue of integrity on our government. We all know that. But then the issue that I'm concerned about is the lack of political education, mostly us as the youth. And also, I think we mentioned as ordinary people, we must take responsibility. But then the question is, how can we take responsibility, more especially as youth, if we lack the proper education to political system? Because now I would even ask us, do we even understand how political systems operate? So because of time, I would step down.
Thank you so much. We have our final question in that direction. What's the coalition?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Igama lam Nandingumilani Wakwandamse. My question is really quick and short. I'm someone who looks at the present and focuses more on the future. So my question is, I believe the GNU focuses more on the unity of whether you're black, white, pink, purple, or whatever, men, female, or old and young. In the ruling post or whatever, the mostly old people. Yeah. So my question is, as young people, myself included, we don't we voice we voice our opinion on the side. When it's time to vote or something like that, we just say it's it's not my thingy. As a young person who's also like that, what can we do? What can I do to change that? Because we are future leaders, we're people who are going to lead tomorrow. How can we lead if we don't know what's happening now? That's my question.
Thank you very much. All right. To our speakers, you each have 2 minutes, unfortunately. So we're going to give you 4 minutes between the both of you to finish up the round of questions that you have just received.
Mind that, I hope the people who put the questions will forgive me for not answering them. Yeah. The first question, you actually asked me about 10 questions and I don't know where to start, but the summary asking when I said the GNU and what Madiba achieved, you said I shouldn't just have confined it to the prevention of civil war and so on. Actually, I think a sign of a good leader, it's when you know exactly what your leadership is going to be about. Madiba was very clear that his presidency was about the prevention of war and was about making sure that the boat did not sink. No president can deal with the whole agenda. This is a relay. We must never blame Madiba for anything he hasn't done. We must do it. He did his term, and his job was to save us from killing each other, and he did a great job there. Did he solve all our problems? If our problems could be solved in 4 years by Madiba, then there were not serious problems.
I'm summarizing, and we had forgotten from the chief, Stirman, that I don't think it's just the land. At some point, we needed to protect what's there that works. So we couldn't just lose what we have, because the thing with revolutions and what the so-called Doomsday Coalition was, radical policy and revolutions in general, they first you destroy some things and then you rebuild. So I think that we needed an environment, the GNU, you needed to protect it. I mean, if you look at the size of the middle class now, the black middle class in particular, it's over 7 million strong people, which means you've got something that's working somehow. It may not be working for everybody. And then lastly, unity, and it's non-committal, apparently. So with us, I think that for me, maybe I'll part on this short. Unity for me is this: overcoming the social, especially the social divide that South Africa was engineered on. That holds us back significantly. I spent about 12 years providing business support services before I became permanent in the university. And I saw how great business ideas were not living to see the day because this guy doesn't have, capital. Yet there are people, if South Africa wasn't based on divisions, across the divide, whether it be class, but mostly race, there's somebody who's got capital but doesn't have a business to invest in. And so that we're not doing. This city in particular, I sat one day evaluating furniture and interior design and then clothing entrepreneurs, about 30 of them on one day. Wonderful designs that could be exported. And this is what we used to do. We don't have a further market for nothing. And these, if we could take all of those people, start those businesses, we would be far. So the divide is an economic cost. You know, the people who've got ideas don't know who's got money or who's got a house where if there were no such divisions, we could unlock a lot more capital from banks, create more jobs, and we have a thriving economy. So I think we have a lot to do. So what I meant with unity is that the bringing of these parties that represent the biggest factions of society is potential for them to bring those two factions together. What did they do? Bella Act, for me, the meltdown about the Bella Act is a Swart Khafar meltdown. There's just nothing in that policy inherently that says African schools are going to be closed. It's not inherent. And the process of government doing it, in fact, it's the same as the expropriation bill. There's nothing in it that says white people's land and building and private homes are going to be taken. It's written in such a way, it's so impossible for government to do that. But we then stay on the things that scare us and divide us. Yeah, thanks.
Wait. So the scientists in the room now just saw that, right? Just saying if there's any openings in your department, I'm the woman for it. All right, now we're about to go into our vote of thanks. I am so sorry this evening took as long as it did, but this conversation was so important and needed to be had. If I were to provide the biography for the man who is going to give our vote of thanks, it would take 2 days. So unfortunately, I will not be able to do that. However, I would like your help in welcoming Professor Mbeki Ngomezulu, the director of CANRAD.
Thank you very much, Ngiyazi ukuthi isikhathi sihambile, so I'll do what I was asked to do. And by the way, a disclaimer, I'm not Sonwabo Stirman. He had an emergency, so I'm just standing in for him. My job is to thank all of you for having come here to make this day a success. We appreciate that. I'll start by thanking the university represented by Professor Moronga. Thank you very much, Prof, for hosting us. Without you, there would be no event. I would also like to thank the leadership of the university. I saw the registrar earlier, and I saw deans and deputy deans and unit heads. Thank you very much for availing yourself for this event. The university staff and students, thank you very much for coming. The Mbeki family for giving the university permission to use the name of this national icon. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it because without the blessings of the family, we wouldn't be having this event. I would like to thank Professor Mapai for coming all the way from Gauteng. Somebody said GP stands for Gangsters Paradise, but that is not it. Thank you very much for coming to grace us with your presence and for this powerful lecture. We really appreciate that. Dr. Ongama Mtimka, for your meticulous response. Thank you very much for always coming on board whenever we request you to do that. And then, of course, Ms. Katleho Mfukeng for driving this program so well. Thank you very much for doing that. Dr. Catherine Stein for putting up the exhibition outside from the government, from the Govan Mbeki Development Center. Thank you very much for that. And then all the various groups and individuals who formed part of this event, both those who came in person and those who joined us through virtual platforms, we really appreciate that. And then all our sister institutions that came to support us. I know there were colleagues from Rhodes University who came all the way from Rhodes to support us. We appreciate that. And the technical support for ensuring that this event was captured correctly. You can see my cyber minister here. He already has a position in my cabinet. I'm winning the elections in 2029. And then, of course, colleagues from the media. I saw colleagues from the Herald and other media houses. Thank you very much. And the catering services, they wouldn't be an event without food. So we really appreciate that. Sis Vicky, wherever she is, shine Sis Vicky for doing a great job. And then all the service providers, more especially those who provided transport, who brought our guests here, and then including our learners from our neighboring schools. And then lastly, our security, our cleaners, and all the university staff who made this event possible. As you depart, please travel safely. Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga.